and move on to the next unit. Um, we just had a parent giving instruction to or trying to attend to the little one. I also have a special need here. One of the very reasons why I was dragging my feet teaching the course this time. I'm doing a babysitting, and unfortunately, the baby is awake now. And it is just left me and her alone in the house now. So you would pardon me when things become critical that I need to attend to her and totally join until somebody intervenes. But I hope she remain calm for some longer period. Just a quick recap of what we were looking at last week. We were hello guys. Sorry, I had an interrupted call and I had to attend to it, but I'm done. So I was in the middle of a sentence that we started looking at theories on the origin of religion, and we have looked at the meaning of the word theory, which simply means propositions, statements, carefully um, articulated ideas that help us to understand a phenomenon. So, applied to what we are looking at, we want to look at some of these well taught, articulated ideas that seeks to explain the origin of religion, something that most of us have taken for granted. And last week I mentioned that there are two major scientific developments that influenced scholars or that influenced the study of the origins of religion. I mentioned the first one as scientific positivism and the second one as the theory of evolution. Positivism, which emphasizes on empiricism, that
Sir Ebenezer, so why is your mic on? Sir Ebenezer, why is your microphone on?
I think he wasn't aware. So I think he's done that now. Thank you. So with the theory of or the idea of positivism, there came a time in the study of the sciences which said that reliable knowledge or truth is that which can be proven, which can be verified. So scholars apply this theory or this idea to look for verifiable or systematic way to explain how religion came about. And another development in the 19th century is this idea of evolution, that life started from a simple to the most complex and sophisticated manner that we see ourselves today. So these two features, you could see that they influence the ideas of E.B. Tyler and Spencer, whom we looked at last time. And E.B. Tyler and Spencer, their theory, respectively, which is referred to as animism for E.B. Tyler and ghost theory for Spencer, are all referred to as anthropological theories on the origin of religion. We said that they are anthropological theories because they focuses on human society, human being, how the ancient primitive people thought about a particular phenomenon and how that phenomenon was understood at such time. So that is why these theories are referred to as anthropological theories. The emphasis of the ghost theory of Spencer is that primitive people were very observant. They observed their surroundings and saw certain things in double, which we refer to philosophically as dualism. Then they transferred this observation to other things that they observed, that is, to their dreams and where they saw dead and gone relatives in their dreams. This made them to conclude that life does not just end on earth. Because of this, they started to sacrifice, offer appellations and gifts to the dead and gone relatives. So this gave rise to the idea of ghost worship, which eventually led to ancestral worship, to the worship of many spirits and gods, and eventually the idea of monotheism evolved. So the centrality of Spencer's theory is the idea of ancestral worship or ghost worship. He said that the minimum definition or origin of all religions lies in ancestor worship. To that of Tyler, he emphasized that the origins of religion can rather be located in the idea of soul, whereby he thinks that the primitive people denoted or conceived the idea of soul in all living organisms and non-living organisms. Both animate and inanimate objects were assigned to have soul. And the worship of these souls, after a long period of time, brought about the idea of the worship of many spirits. Then from the worship of many spirits evolved the worship of gods. And from the worship of gods evolved the worship of one God. Now we looked at the evaluations of these theories, noting their strengths and their weaknesses. We would continue right away from there if there is no question to look at the remaining two. But I'll pause for some seconds if there is a question, then we can all address it and move on to the third theory, which is the sociological theory. I think we will look at the psychological theory on the origin of religion, then we conclude with the sociological theory on the origin of religion. So please, I'll pause for a question. Right. If there is no question, then we will move right away to the psychological theory on the origin of religion.
Sir,
Yes,
please,
please.
I think Emmanuel Yao hand is up. I don't know if he have something to say.
Right. So then we will listen to Emmanuel if he has anything to say. Well, I don't think Iman has anything to say, but my eyes just um was drawn to this concept, which somebody even mentioned it last time, but we haven't touched on it again, and that is the idea of animatism, which is directly the opposite of animism. Animatism is a rebuttal of the theory of animism, and it was proposed by a scholar whose name is R.R. Marriott. Now, R.R. Marriott opposed the views of E.B. Tyler that it is rather not the idea of natural objects, living and non-living things having inherent or intrinsic spirit, but the idea of spirit in them is rather external. They are external forces that came to inhabit these natural phenomena. So it is not an idea of personal spirit or personal soul that exists in elements of nature, but the soul that exists in these elements of nature is impersonal. When we say something is impersonal, it means it's external. It didn't emanate from the thing itself. It came from somewhere to come to dwell within that thing. A simple example is that for animatism, it says that the river goes, the mountain goes, the goals of the trees and of the sky did not exist or did not evolve from these natural phenomena themselves. Rather, they are forces that came from somewhere to inhabit these natural phenomena. So, for animatism, religion began with the supplication to these forces that came or that have come from somewhere unknown sources to inhabit these natural phenomena. Humans' response to
Hello, sir.
these forces.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
Hello. Please, I want to say something to Sir Isaac. Sir
Okay.
Isaac, what are you using the camera for? You will expose something one day. Oh.
Yeah,
So please.
I've even sent messages several that he should
Hey,
off his camera, but yet.
this is not a video class, so why camera on?
Okay. Maybe he's just comfortable turning on his camera, but if it is not distracting any of us on the platform, then maybe we can allow Isaac that freedom to uh, show his face to us.
I think when you start sharing your screen, we can forfeit his camera.
Honorable Isaac, if you can hear us, majority of the class are pleading with you if you could turn off your camera so that it keeps them focused.
Oh, Brother Jacob.
Right. Please just give me one moment.
All right, Doc.
Please, who are those offering religion, human values major, and English minor, please?
Please, I'm one.
I'm
Yes,
also
I'm
one.
also doing one.
Please, I'm also one. Of us doing
Let's do the lectures. Let's do the lectures. Afterwards,
join.
who can
So
decide the
please,
lecture?
family, let's stop
Like,
interrupting him,
that's
man.
fine.
let's stop interrupting. He said he's babysitting a child. We don't know when the child is going to worry him. Please let him do the work. I beg of you.
We know that. I asked the question. He just
Thank
left out.
you. Thank you so much for your considerations. Yes, so before someone interrupted, I was talking about animatism propounded by R.R. Marriott. And R.R. Marriott says that what E.B. Tyler is saying does not explain the origin of religion better. Alternatively, he offered that it is not personal soul that exists in these natural forces that brought about religion, but rather it is humans' response to impersonal forces that inhabit or that dwell in elements of nature. And I was given an example that for animatism, the sea god or the land or the god of the earth or the spirits in the universe did not emanate from these objects themselves. Rather, this spirit came from an unknown source to dwell in all these these elements of nature. And humans' response to that brought about the idea of religion. So it is just a rebuttal of E.B. Tyler's idea. So preparing for exams, the opposite of animism is typically animatism. Animism talks about personal soul, that intrinsic soul that exists in both animate and inanimate object. Animatism, or on the other side, says that the spirit that dwell in these forces are external. They are impersonal forces. We'll move on to the views of Sigmund Freud, which is a psychological theory of the origin of religion. And it is a bit, you know, complicated, but we'll do our best and follow the reasonings of Freud in order to understand the angle that he is coming from. Freud's theory is indicated in his book, which is called The Taboo and Totem. And for him, he is of the view that religion originated from humans' um, psychological troubles. Now, what I mean by that is,
Doc, please, can you share your screen with us?
I don't have any other screen apart from the slides that I I gave you. That is the unit 2. That is what I have opened on my phone. But if you want me to share that as well, I can go ahead and do that. Is that what you want me to do?
Yes, please, Doc, kindly share with us.
Okay.
All right. How do we do that? If somebody can school me.
Okay, so this looking down where the hang up is,
Right.
then you
We
check,
have the
yeah,
3
right, then
dots.
you check leftward, you see an arrow pointing up. So if you click on the arrow, you see share my screen. Then I think there you go. Thank you.
Yes, yes, that's it, Doc.
All right. Yeah. So you have it you have it now?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
it's now
please.
visible.
All right. So Sigmund Freud, he come from the specialization, which is called psychoanalysis,
Good, we have your
or
screen.
what psychiatric, and he was interested in the Freud was mostly interested in the abnormal behaviors that are exhibited by human beings. And so he concerned himself with a lot of mental patients and studied their abnormal behaviors. Now, when he compared the behavior exhibited by these people with that of religious person, he did not see any difference and concluded that the abnormalities or the abnormal behaviors of the mental patients and that of the religious people all issue from the same source. That is the there is someone we are begging if she could put her microphone off.
Madam Florence. Madam Florence.
Right. So I was saying that for Freud, when he observed the abnormalities of mental patients and compared it with the religious practices of people, he didn't see any difference. He did not see any difference and therefore concluded that religion is nothing but mass neurosis, which is simply called an abnormal behavior demonstrated by a community of people. And this community of people is the religious community who have just met and exhibiting an abnormality or mental behavior. How did he arrive at this? He first of all theorized that the human psyche could basically be divided into three major sections or three theoretical parts. Now, these three theoretical parts that he talked about are not components one can find when we um, open someone's head, or if you like, take the head to the laboratory and open it. You will not see these three sections. But he based on the behaviors of the mental patients and then came out with these three concepts, which are the id, the ego, and the superego, which I believe most of you are already conversant with them and even understand them better. In simple terms, he said the id refers to those instincts or desires or impulses and the non-conscious aspects of the human personality. Certain behavior that we exhibit that are not controlled by the mind. And they are very impulsive. In other words, they are automatic and they basically seek to fulfill one's sense of pleasure. The ego, according to Freud, refers to as the modified aspects of the id, those aspects that conform to common sense and reason, that follows societal principles, if you like, reality principles. An example of that is wanting to eat and ensuring that where you are eating is the right place one has to eat. So the responses or the satisfaction of the ego is not based on just pleasure. It is based on what is realistic in society. The last aspect is what Freud refers to as the superego. Just lie somewhere. The superego And for the superego, it simply refers to as the rules and regulations of society, or if you like, the training that one has received from society. And it judges humans' action as either right or wrong. So they are basically the moral agents. And this moral agent, one becomes conscious of them due to training one receives from home, from community, and largely from the environment, both home and the community that one finds himself, and school training as well. Now, for Sigmund Freud, he was of the view that the interplay among these three structures of the human personality could be employed to explain how religion came about. And this is what he did. He resorted to an ancient myth. And the ancient myth that he applied, in that ancient myth, Freud postulated that human beings used to live in groups, or if you like, in hordes. And whenever I am teaching this, there is a particular movie that I watched, which I try to ask if somebody also has watched that movie. There was a particular scene in that movie where people were living in hordes, if you like, in separate villages. And in every village, the head of the family is, if you like, the head of that village. This movie is what we call the Game of Thrones. In Game of Thrones, there was a
Yeah,
scene,
I've watched before.
right? There was a scene whereby a certain man had numerous wives. And in fact, in that community, strangely, there were no men. What happened was that when the man gives birth to male, he buries them alive. And only females were just multiplying. And all these females automatically became his wife. So he was married to over hundreds of females, and he was the head of that particular village or family. And he protected the women against external forces or people as well. In the whole system that Sigmund Freud is using, there were both males and females. However, the father, who was the head of the family, was the only one that had access to all the women in the family, including their mothers, sisters, and everybody. And so one day, according to Freud's postulation, the guys became agitated. The male sons became agitated, killed their father, and ate him alive, and married as many as they can, share the women among themselves, and married them. This created a disorder, a chaotic situation, whereby it became a lawless society. Now, this is where the aid comes in. The aid is where the males were also in need of sexual satisfaction, if you like, an immediate and impulsive satisfaction, where they had no other option or they could not control their desire, and by killing the father to to in order to get access to the women. So that is where the aid operated, or how we bring the aid into what Sigmund Freud is saying over here. Now, after the chaotic situation, just a moment, guys. Sorry about that. I I wish I have an alternative to this situation. So back to what I was talking about. When it became chaotic, the guys came to their senses that what we have done is wrong. So they instituted a feast, and the feast is called the totemic feast, where they had an animal to represent the father. And annually, they killed this animal and ate it in commemoration of the father. And they also set rules that one cannot marry from his or her own family. And so that is the superego aspect in this in what Sigmund Freud is saying. According to Sigmund Freud, the worship of this totem, which has been elevated as a father figure, after a long period of time, gave rise to what is called religion. So Sigmund Freud concludes that religion is nothing but the worship of a father figure, a postulated father figure, right? That is his conclusion about the origin of religion. When you look at the present screen where we are looking at, it says that by this communal meal, totemic feast, or this totemic feast, they identified themselves with the person they feared, and in so doing, acquired his strength and honored him. This animal was the beginning of totemism and the first sense of religion. The totem, representing the father with time, became God. Therefore, for Sigmund Freud, religion is nothing. The God in religion is nothing more than an elevated father figure to a cosmic father. What it means is that it was just an animal which has been used to represent the father. And over a long period of time, the worship of this totemic animal as a symbol of the father eventually became a cosmic father, which everybody refers to as God. So God is nothing but an elevated father figure. That is Sigmund Freud's theory on the origin of religion. Now, another addition that Freud had is what we call the future of an illusion. For Freud, religion is nothing but illusion. When we say illusion, they are things that appear to be real, but upon a closer look are just infantile imagination. So if you observe mental patient that Sigmund Freud studied could envision things that are not there. They could, because of the state of their mind, could imagine things that are mere illusions. That's do not exist in reality. And Sigmund Freud is of the view that religion is also an illusionary, or if you like, the father figure in religion is the illusion of religious people, just like the illusions that psychiatric patients go through. So if you look at the present slide, it says that in Freud's famous pronouncement on religion in his book, The Future of an Illusion, he states that they believe in an all-powerful figure. They believe in an all-powerful Father God originated in an infant's helplessness. This infantile powerlessness arouses the need to cling to the human father for protection and love. This father provides the physical necessities of the child and guided the child by providing rules of behavior. And so the child regards his father as very powerful and all-knowing. But when the child reaches maturity, his father falls short of his infantile images. He then realizes that the happiness he searches in life is not a prolonged one in view of his body, which is doomed to decay, and his often strained relationship with others. So for Freud's human beings' realization that all our needs in life cannot be provided by a human father makes them to strive for a cosmic father for protection. Now they believe in this cosmic father and all the anxieties about his existence and the things that he offer for human, the punishment and all of them, according to Sigmund Freud, is illusionary. And that is the beginning of religion. So that inherent need in humans that there is an aspect of them that cannot be provided by a human father, but a cosmic father can do that, can save them from eternal damnation, suffering, give them eternal life, and all of them, according to Sigmund Freud, marks the origins of religion. I don't know if you were able to follow through the insights of Sigmund Freud's theory.
So, please, I was able to get very clear about a father who was killed as a result of marrying many wives. As with the second one, it was not too clear for me, respectfully.
Right. So just a bit of recap of all that I said. For Freud, the origin of religion can be explained when we place it side by side by the behavior of psychiatric patients. And that is why he defines religion as mass neurosis. That is, when you see a mad person who is picking things on the roadside, unconscious of even his nakedness and all the things that they are doing, their hallucinations and everything. For Sigmund Freud, when you put religious people together and the behavior that they exhibit, the prayer and the movement, their views about the world coming to an end and everything, there isn't much difference. And that is what he said he was going to justify or prove. Now, the proof he was going to give, he said that the human personality has three dimensions: the id, ego, superego. Having explained this dimension, he then situated a story, a context. Now, the context that he situated is the ancient society. And in the ancient society, according to Freud, human beings lived in huts or villages. One village here, another village there. And in every village, there is a father figure who was the head of the entire village, had access to all the women. And the other men, especially his sons, were not given access to these women. From that story, which gave rise to, you might have heard of the Oedipus complex myth and the Electra complex myth. I think Sigmund Freud was making use of the Greek Oedipus complex myth in his theorizations here. In that Oedipus complex myth that he is applying here, the male who became dissatisfied by the father's behavior killed this father, ate him alive, and then had access to the women. And this created a chaotic society. And so they came to their senses, if you like. The superego came in and then instituted a totemic feast. And that totemic feast, where they picked an animal as a representation of the father, that the animal will not be killed, will be venerated, and will only be killed during an annual totemic feast, which they did that. Over a period of time, this worship of the totemic feast as a representation of the father who was killed, became a cosmic father that everybody was supplicating to. So, in short, the God that people identified as the God of the universe had his beginnings in a totem animal, which was used by a group of people to represent their father, which over a long period of time has become a cosmic father. Now, that is the first part of Freud's account of the origin of religion. Now, on the other side, in his book, the second book, The Future of Illusion, he states that human beings, when they are born, they see that all that they have in this world is their father, their earthly father, who provides them everything, all the things that they need. The protection and the love are all derived from this father. So this infant who is helpless finds help in this father, earthly father figure. However, when they are grown, they realize that there are other needs that this earthly father cannot even provide. In fact, this earthly father himself even dies. Now, out of fear and the need to provide or to have somebody that could offer them the other things that they need, made them to project a cosmic father. So the idea of a cosmic father originated from their own day-to-day awareness and the ability, the powers of their, if you like, earthly father. So that made them to project this cosmic father and assign him all the powers. And also they believe that all the rules in society come from this cosmic father, and he is the one that could provide all the other needs that the earthly father could not provide. So Sigmund Freud, in conclusion, thinks that it is an illusion. The idea, the projection of a cosmic father, for example, the idea that there is a father who sees all, that who even when my father, my earthly father is not there, he is there, he sees me, it's an illusion. It's a complete illusion that could completely be equated or compared with the illusions or the hallucinations of a mental patient. I don't know if you have ever observed the numerous ways a mental patient behaves. There are some mental patients who could hallucinate or have the illusion that the building in which they are in is collapsing upon them. But you, who does not have that condition, thinks that these people are just hallucinating. It is just an illusion. There is nothing which is collapsing on them. You might have also heard of people who think that somebody is coming to catch them, or there is somebody standing in the room. And you, as the human or the one without any condition, you think that no, there is no other person in the room. It is just me and you. Sigmund Freud thinks that the behavior of the religious person is as the same as that of the mental patients. That is where I will end and take some questions in addition before we look at the evaluation of this beautiful and insightful work of Sigmund Freud.
Yes, sir, please. My question is, what about the mad people who act naturally, who are more sensible than we, the normal people?
In what sense do you think that mad people act more naturally and more sensible? Can you make us understand?
Yes,
We are
sir,
not
please.
teaching you, but
Per
we want to
my
understand.
village, where I'm teaching, I have a madman who can go to the farm. In fact, go and put cassava and come and prepare his own food and eat. So, can this person be attributed to Freud's theory?
What again can the mad person do?
So, in fact, he even goes to fetch firewood for people for money. In fact, he does
Yeah,
everything normal.
please
So
let
you
me
tell
come
him,
in.
you tell him as a mad person. All right, somebody is coming in.
There's also
a guy like that here, but according to the story, the guy was very brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
And then we don't know what happened. They said he overstudies. So that is the beginning of that is the beginning of his madness. So when the guy is working, he writes on board. When you give the guy any question based on mathematics, the person the guy will work it out and get the correct answer for you.
Mass dog.
All right.
Major this one, I've stopped learning.
So please, I have a question.
Right, I'm listening to your question.
Then please, from your presentation earlier, you said Sigmund Freud made a comparison between the mad people and some religious people. I would like to humbly know which group of religious people were they, because we are trying to look at the source of religion. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. Remember the time Freud was espousing his theory, religion had existed for so many centuries, not even just decades. Freud just lived in the 19th century, if you like, the 1800s coming. So there were a lot of religious people. If you take Christianity by then had been in existence for over, if you like, 17,000, it's just 1,700 years, and Islam had been in existence for over 1,000 years at the time, and all the other religions. So there were religions all around. But what Freud was basically interested in was just trying to compare the behavior of his clients, the clients, or if you like, the patients that he was treating, and their way of behavior, which made him to compare that behavior to religious people at the time. Thank you.
Hello,
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 sir.
sir.
Hello, sir.
I'm listening to you.
Hello,
That
sir.
means Freud is basing that is religion has no basis at all.
Your question is Freud thinks religion has no basis.
Yes, that is my understanding. Those who are religious, they are only projecting something that is unreasonable or something that is of an illusion, but it is not real.
Of course, that is what Freud is saying. That's so he tries to say that all this originated from an ancient myth, and the myth was where a group of people killed a father figure and represented the father with a totem, and the totem, which became an annual feast that was killed, eventually became a cosmic father. And so the cosmic father, which is identified with God, is nothing but an elevated ancient father figure. And that is the basis that he is giving, the basis of religion that Freud is giving to us here. That the basis of religion is in totemism. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Hello, sir.
Let's listen to the male figure before we come to the lady. Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Um, I want to, I've been reading the theories for the past days, and even today, as you are reading, I am following, but it seems I'm not getting it well. Is there any strategy that we can use to grasp the concept? It seems the whole concept is very difficult for me. I don't understand. I don't understand the whole thing. Is there any strategy, small strategy that
Me
we can use
too.
to
I'm suffering.
like
We have been
Hello,
reading too,
hello.
but no understanding.
Okay, hello.
Me too.
Don't say
so
me
I have a
too.
question about the first religion on worship of a father figure. Respectfully, the first one was about it can be placed like a patient, and it says that when they went on when they saw that the father had a lot of things or had a lot of women for himself, they killed him to satisfy his anger. That is the it. Am I right, sir?
Yes, you are on course. We are listening to you.
Yes, yes.
And when they came back to realize that the killing of the father is wrong, so they had to look for a cosmic father to represent the father who was the super ego.
There are two
Yes.
microphones.
There is echo in your listen, please.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, it's better, far better.
Good. Now the first one is they killed their father because he had married a lot of women. So that signifies the ego. They were doing it unconsciously. They didn't think about anything. And when they realized that
it.
No, yes, that's the it.
Mr.
That's
Ado,
the it.
Mr.
So when they realized that
Hello, not that they don't
killing of
think
the
about it,
father.
not that they don't think about it. They want to satisfy their desire.
So can I finish asking my question?
Their immediate desire, which is the id. That is why they kill the father, to satisfy their desire.
Okay. And now, when they realized that killing of their father was wrong, so they had to look for a cosmic father to represent the father, became the super ego. Respectfully, where does the ego comes inside?
All right, thank you for your question. Now, in our bid to understand or even to be able to um, briefly give an account of Sigmund Freud's ideas on the origin of religion, we need to know that he is also speculating. There are speculations in some of the things Freud is telling us. A systematic account of it is simply the way that it has been done in his or in this slice. So I would answer your question, but I want to answer the first questions or the questions on me too. I don't understand. My job basically here is to introduce you to these theories and give you a brief outline, a systematic outline of all the ideas that put together are referred to as animism theory, ghost theory, or animatism, or the totemism theory of Sigmund Freud. Now, using the totemic theory of Sigmund Freud, a little understanding of his background is relevant to understanding his theory. Now, I began by saying that Freud, who was a psychiatric, specialized in studying mental patients, psychoanalysis. When you say you do psychoanalysis, you are just making an inventory of the day-to-day actions and behavior of mental patient. Yesterday he said this, today he's saying that. You try to build that profile or inventory for a long period of time and study it. Freud has done that. He has studied the mental patients for a very long period of time, and based on that, just give me some seconds. Are you okay? Okay, it's okay, it's okay. What is it? I am back from my commercial break.
No problem, no problem.
We understand.
Hey, quiet, okay?
Baby little boy, don't cry.
Baby little boy, don't
And then
cry.
this one is baby little girl.
Hey, baby little girl, don't cry.
I beg
Thank you.
the ladies should
It's
sing
a girl. I
lullaby
like
for her.
balance.
Men, you
Sir,
need to award women, oh.
thank you.
Baby
You have
What is
little
mommy?
girl, please
thank you. I
cry.
think she's enjoying all the things we are saying.
Where is
Let me
mommy for you to have taken care of her
please let me quickly
responsibility?
go back to what I was saying. That so Freud's theory emanate from his field of work, which is psychoanalysis or psychiatry. Now, the basis of the theory, first he observed that human personality, based on the behavior of the patients he was studying, that made him to come out with these three concepts: id, ego, superego. Now, understanding his theory on the origin of religion should not just be based or just be limited to these three concepts: id, ego, superego. After he has explained these three concepts, he then ventured into an ancient Greek myth. And in that ancient Greek myth, he proposed or he explained that human beings used to live in smaller groups, and every group was headed by a father figure. One group, this is what they did. And when they have done that and have become or come to their senses, they then instituted rules. And that is where we refer to as the superego, and elevated the totem as a symbolic representation of the father, and had an annual feast where this totem was eaten. Now we go on and on and on to say that later on, this totem became a father, a cosmic father. The second question I want to answer at this point: where do we see the reality principle? Well, that in the application of the three concepts to this ancient myth, Freud himself did not identify that this portion of the myth is superego, this portion of the myth is ego, this portion of the myth is it. So it is not really that much even important to get to know which one is the it, which one is the ego, which one is the superego. But of course, the superego is so obvious, and the it is just the immediate satisfaction. But when we want to look at the ego, we may ask ourselves, at what point did the children kill the father? Did they kill the father when he was asleep? Did they just kill the father? Did they take time to plan? Did they take a specific time to execute the action? Then we are thinking of the reality principle. As you are there, you might think that you want somebody dead, but having the thought that you want somebody dead does not execute the action. It is rather finding the means and the opportune time to execute the thought is when we say the reality has set in. So the question of which aspect is the reality principle is not really that much important to our understanding or our ability to outline Freud's account of the origin of religion. And that is my answer to that. Now,
Thank you, sir.
in continuation of we don't understand the theory and all that. Well, none of us can really situate ourselves in the context of Sigmund Freud. All that we can better do is to be able to um, think along with him and not be lost that, okay, the theory starts from this, it moves to this, it ends at this. What are our evaluations? That is basically what the understanding we want to get. I want to ask, so when we say we don't understand, is it that we don't understand by what um E.B. Tyler says that every natural object has an inherent soul. Is that what we don't understand? Then what better way can we understand that simple statement? Or the statement that religion is nothing but the worship of an elevated father figure, which is a very important statement in Sigmund Freud's theory. When we say we don't understand, then it means that I don't know whether it is grammatical understanding or semantic understanding. If it is semantic, he says that people killed their father and represented the father with a totem, an animal, and they worship this father annually. Over a time, that practice became a universal practice, and the father figure became a cosmic figure. So, what we refer to as God is nothing but a father figure which has been elevated or promoted as a cosmic father. This, I believe, as tertiary students, we should be able to comprehend how we came at this conclusion of Sigmund Freud. The latter part, that religion is illusion, he says that it is illusionary behavior. It is the projections that our earthly fathers cannot provide, that we have illusionarized or projected those needs and the expectation of how we will get these needs met into a cosmic and all-powerful father who can provide these needs. And that, to him, is not different from the illusions of a mental patient. Right? These, to be very honest, when we were also first year student at the university going through this theory, it has been the same situation, that it is quite difficult for a first timer to completely understand these things. And it takes several effort, readings upon readings and careful reflections to be able to grasp the very essence of this theory. So it is not just one day job that you would understand, or you would be able to get all um, the words that you would have to put together to explain your understanding of the theory. And yet, it is not one day job. It takes constant practice to be able to understand it. So please, if you are not understanding it, it is part of the process. But if you give up at just this stage, then it means that there is no chance of you ever grasping it. And
Thank you, sir.
you have to grasp it because our evaluation may count on it.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please, sir.
I think with what my colleagues are saying, me too, we don't understand. What I want to say is that we should put ourselves into what is being taught. Because for me now, I'm seeing myself in this. I believe we have Christians among us. And then what Freud is saying, compare it to, let's say, Christianity, the way we do our things today is almost the same. We say we have a heavenly father that we don't see. We don't see him, but we say he's our heavenly father. We said we say a whole lot of things. Sometimes we wake up, we pray. Is it not the same as the mad person talking all over without look at these days the tongues? Nobody understands it. Is it not the same as the mad person that is saying things that nobody understands? So it's like
I agree with you, my brother. You are right.
yes. Wait. I believe from the beginning, the lecture. I
Please
believe from
allow
the
him to talk.
beginning.
Allow him to talk.
I believe from the beginning, the lecture told us that we should put our faith somewhere before we go into this course. And when we do that, it will definitely help us. Because looking at Christianity today, me, I'm a very strong Christian, but I'm comparing what is going on to this, and I'm understanding it clearly with what Floyd is saying. We do our things as if we are mad, but yes, we believe God will answer us. So let's put
They are
ourselves
building
into
our house
this.
in heaven.
You see, and do you send cement and stone over there to build a house? It's almost the same like the mad person. So he
Thank
compared
you.
the way we do our things and then the way the mad person behaves. And that is why he is saying this. So I think if we put ourselves into it, we will definitely understand what is going on. Thank you.
Right,
Thank
thank
you
you.
too, my
But
brother.
I think what Freud is saying is not without criticism. You will eventually criticize Freud. For one thing, um, the religious person is very conscious of the end that he or she want to attain. But most mad people or most mental patients, their actions have no end. They are not really conscious of what they are doing. And that is one criticism that we can level against Freud. Religious people have an end in mind. They have a goal in mind. Whether it's realistic or not realistic, they still have a destination in mind. But what about the mental patients? Some of them are completely unconscious of what they are doing. But the mental patient, the religious person in most context is conscious of what he or she is doing. And one that is one criticism we can draw into this um, debate, right? But I agree with you. We just have to bracket our faith and um, try to understand each of the theory within the limits of the theory itself. Don't go beyond what the theory is not saying. Just live within the boundaries of the theory and criticize. Let your questions be limited to the theory. If you want to go so far away and bring your religious things in it, then it is going to be confounded. It's going to make it more difficult for you. So let us limit ourselves within the theory of each of the scholars, and that will make things a bit easier for us. What are the key points in the theory? And what is your reaction to these key issues in the theory? That is all the understanding we want. When we pick Tyler, what are the key point in his theory? Freud, what are the key point that he developed to the climax of the theory? That is all that we need and our evaluations of them. Right. Let me pick the next question or addition.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, you have the floor.
Thank you. Yeah, one thing I've also seen is that those who are saying they don't understand, I think they are trying to say we don't believe what is being said, just like myself. But one thing I also want to add is that you talk about the fact that religious people have what they call an objective that they intend to achieve. And then I also want to add that religious people too, we have a well-structured faith which is consistent. That is our beliefs. We have consistent beliefs that we follow, which that is not like we do not do actions or take actions arbitrary, but we have what they call a belief that is well, let me say, should I say, documented and being followed in a structured manner, unlike mad people who behave maybe abruptly. So that's one thing I want to add. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. So let us just look at the evaluations of Freud's theory. Now, remember, I said that Freud's theory is also referred to as totemism. However, his concept of totemism is completely different from the one that we will look up. We will look at next subheading. First of all, we can criticize Freud that the practice of totemism is not a universal practice. There are communities that did not practice totemism, and they also were religious communities. The question is, how did they become religious if they were not into totemic practices? The second criticism is that in most cultures, like African traditional cultures, there are Khans, the totem is seen as sacred, revered, and not killed or eaten at any point in time. And so it is completely ahistorical, or if you like, controversial and difficult to a- accept that the totem was killed and eaten in all cultures. So that aspect is also quite controversial and cannot be accepted, that the totem is killed and eaten annually. There is an evidence to suggest that there are certain cultures where the totemic animal is never harmed, not even to be killed nor eaten. Example is Akan's traditional societies. The third criticism is that um, many religious observances, such as sacrifice and prayer, are concerned with sin or guilt feeling. But um, to compare these practices as obsessional neurosis, that the practice of prayer and sacrifice is as a result of obsessional neurosis, that is certain abnormalities in human beings, is also difficult to be accepted. The When we say obsessional neurosis, mental health is an individual affair, not a communal affair. Religion is a communal affair. And so it is wrong for Sigmund Freud to easily equate religion with mental health, or if you like, obsessional neurosis. Sit down, sit down, sit down. Good. Right. Um, so with a third criticism, religious practices such as prayer and sacrifice cannot be equated to obsessional neurosis. When we say obsessional neurosis, it has to do with the behavior of a mental patient. The reason is that the behavior of the mental patient does not emanate from guilt or pacifying one's sinful behavior. But you may see religious people who engage in prayer or sacrifice just to um, ask for forgiveness of sins, or um, to ask for forgiveness of sins, or to express forgiveness for their guilt. Now, we cannot say that the neurosis of a mental patient is the same as the religious activities of the religious believer. Abusiafo,
Sir,
please give me some minutes now. As I'm not critical.
sir, I think you can put the baby on your shoulder and walk around for some 5 minutes.
All right. Let me try that.
Uh,
But before I do that, I think she's quiet a bit. Let me find out if the criticisms that I have mentioned, you have any addition to that.
Doc. I have a point to make.
Right, I'm listening to you.
Yeah, concerning the second criticism that it's not true. It's noted that cultures that practice militarism in society, like societies in West Africa, do not kill their totems at all. And actually, it's true. I'm a Voltarian, and I can attest to the fact that we, the Voltarians, particularly, we don't kill the royal python. When I say royal python, the one Asakia Denfa is representative for the national Ghana's most beautiful.
Michael, please mute yourself.
Yeah, they're the ones he brought on stage to perform. So I can attest to the fact that that criticism is true because my tribe is forbidding to kill such animal.
Right. Thank you very much. So that is one major criticism the theory of Sigmund Freud faces, in addition to the others that I mentioned. Now,
so please, we
your
hardly
take?
heard whatever Alberta, whatever he said, we hardly heard it. I didn't hear it because
Okay,
someone's
so
mic was on and we didn't hear. Please.
Echoing.
All right, I'm taking it again. Please, can I come?
yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, what I said was that I'm a Voltarian and my tribe concerning the second criticism is actually true because in my tribe it's forbidden to kill the royal python or the African python. When I mean royal python, the snake that Asakia, Ghana's most beautiful Upper East representative, brought on stage to perform. I hope we all saw that animal. So it's very forbidden and it's a taboo to kill such animal in my tribe, particularly those worshiping the idols.
Right. Thank you. I hope now we heard him. What I wanted to ask you, what is your take on Sigmund Freud's notion that the concept of God or cosmic father, God, is nothing but a human cosmic father that has evolved to become the universal God people supplicate to or worship? What is your reaction or your take? Do you agree or disagree? What point do you bring to justify your agreement or disagreement on that aspect of his theory?
For me, I agree with Sigmund Freud, especially when he's talking about the especially when he talks about the father who has become cosmic or the cosmic father, because we believe that if we speak to this father who we don't see, he can help us resolve our problems. So I agree with him when he is linking the cosmic father or the father that we perceive to be there to a psychiatric patient. I agree 100% with him.
Now, in essence, then do you agree that there is no God? What is conceived as God is an illusionary God which emanated from the projections of, if you like, an ancient people from their totemic practices. That is the extent of Sigmund Freud, the implications of Sigmund Freud's theory, that the concept of God is the creation of humans' imagination from, if you like, an earthly father. Do you understand it from this point?
Yeah.
And do you agree? That is what Freud is saying. That's the notion of God. Yeah, the notion of God.
For the sake of studies, we agree.
All right. But for the sake of study, if we do not agree, what superior argument do you bring to dispute what Freud is saying?
Hello, sir.
For the sake of study, I would agree with you. But sometimes we believe
Michael, you are
that
disturbing the class.
sometimes we believe
Michael, can
that.
you check your mic for us?
Can I speak?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, for the sake of or for the purpose of the study, I agree with you. But we believe that there is a God somewhere who we speak to and he answers our prayer. Because some of us are living testimonies of this. that
Perfectly,
you
but perfectly, but Sigmund Freud, what you want us to understand, how did that God come about? What is the beginning of that God? Sigmund Freud is saying that the beginning of that God emanates from the practices of ancient people who, as a result of killing their father, selected a totem to represent the father. And over a long period of time, after worshipping this totemic father figure, became a cosmic father. And from that, the idea of a universal father, heavenly father, came from that.
That is where I don't agree with Sigmund Freud, sir. If I can come in,
Right.
how did he go to know that there were some people over here living in us, and this their father didn't allow them to marry, and then later they killed him? Where did he
Well,
get this idea? I don't
he,
know. Like,
he's situated in a Greek myth. The Greek myth. You might have heard a Greek myth called the Oedipus complex, the
yeah.
Oedipus myth, whereby it is said that long, 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 long ago, just as the myth of creation, long, 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 long ago, God, when He created, He said, "Let there be light." That is also a myth. So he rather also, in a bit of doing a scientific work, eventually veers into a myth. Now the question is, what justification or what is the proof? It is just a mere myth, and it is no different from all the other myths that, or if you like, the religious myth about the origins of, if you like, which explains about, which gives explanations about their God and the universe. Sigmund Freud start, started from science, but he ends up in a myth. And that is a major criticism. At the end of the day, he has not done anything different.
So please,
I
stop your.
think you should take care of this baby girl before I send you to court.
hello, colleagues.
Hello, colleagues.
Yeah, hello.
Oh,
Please, I'd like to make a certain contribution, and it's all about this is an academic exercise we are trying to do. And with the academic exercise, we are going to scrutinize certain theories, and this is a theory. So we shouldn't, in as much as possible, we should avoid our religious interference with this one. Just like what he was saying, he says we are going to do evaluation, and with the evaluation, you look at the weakness of the theory and you attack it. You also look at the strengths and you go that way. So we bringing in our religious belief may maybe inhibit our understanding of it. This is purely an academic exercise. So let's take it aside and then
Okay.
make contribution towards that.
Hello,
Okay.
hello,
Please, I also need help here.
hello, hello.
Can
This this is
someone
this is
help me
where
with the meaning of the obsessional neurosis? Because
this
I
is
didn't
where
get that when
come
Sir
on.
Maxwell was talking. Someone's mic was giving me a bad feedback. The obsessional neurosis. Can someone explain that to me, please?
Can we address the person who just spoke first before we go into another thing?
Okay.
Yes, what I want to say is that you see, sometimes what they call Sigmund Freud is trying to criticize what they call the fate of people, and so it is difficult for you to criticize him without relating it to our fate, and that is why even the criticisms that Doc is raising has a connection with religious people' faith. So even though we should set aside the certain emotional aspect of our faith and examine things critically, we cannot entirely do away with our faith when we are trying to criticize them, because we have to look at certain elements in our faith which are contrary to the argument that Freud is raising or Freud is raising. So that we cannot do away entirely, but we should set aside other elements that will not allow us to understand what Freud is saying. Yeah, thank you.
Please,
Hello. Hello.
what our brother is trying to say is that in the study of religion, sometimes you just have to bracket yourself and set your faith aside. I mean your religious affiliation aside. So that you can just understand the basis of what you are trying to learn. You bracket yourself and then you learn it as neutral as you can. So in the case of Sigmund Freud, you can argue with you can set example with your faith on your own, but let's say for examination sake, you can't apply that one in your exams because you might end up getting everything wrong because we are trying to know the origin of religion. Okay, we are trying to know where religion originated from. So we can't do that as a religious person. You can't do this as a Muslim. You can't do this as a traditionalist. You can't do this as a
A
Buddhist or
Christian.
yes, you
Off
can't
your
do it.
camera. Isaac, off your
You just
camera.
have to come
We are not
neutral
doing video
so that you can
learning.
understand what you are
Isaac,
trying to
off
do.
your camera. Why are you
Let's put
just
ourselves into
showing
it
your
and then
camera like that? What
let's
do you
just
want
put
to
ourselves
see?
into whatever we are doing, but let's create something that will make us understand what we want to understand. After that, we take
Yeah.
that thing off so that we go directly. That is what I also think.
Yes,
Hello.
that's very
Okay.
fine. That's very fine.
No.
Please,
But
my help hasn't come. Please assist
Hello.
me with the
Hello.
obsessional news. I beg.
Hello. We will do that. Okay. Hello. This course, uh, when I was doing my first degree, I did theology and we did religion. This issue of bracketing your faith is what our lecturer told us, that put your faith and your belief aside before you enter into the lecture hall, else you will be confused. You see, and when we start this course too, the same thing has been repeated, and I realized that it is true. We should not
Okay,
think
now
about
we understand you. We understand you now.
yes, because I saw someone writing, God is a spirit and he has no beginning and no
You
end.
don't worry. You don't worry about those who are writing. Now let's address the obsessional neurosis and let's move on. So my sister who asked about the obsessional neurosis, can you hear me?
Yes, please. I'm listening.
Good.
Thank you.
It is about Sigmund Freud's theory. After evaluating the theory, Sigmund Freud is comparing an individual psychiatric patient who believes or thinks that a building is about to collapse on him or her to different religious people of different minds who are who are worshiping a particular thing. So a psychiatric patient is also thinking that, hey, hey, they're coming after me, oh. But with the individual people who are worshiping one particular god, they have different mindsets and they're not thinking that something is coming to them. Hello.
Yeah, please. I'm with you.
Good.
I'm listening.
So this type of evaluation is that the psychiatric person has his own perception somewhere. The psychiatric person is thinking about his own thing, but the religious people who are together have different mindsets. So it is one particular individual with different people in a group. That is the obsessional neurosis. I don't know whether you get me.
So, please, can I conclude that the obsessional neurosis is similar to someone or a patient hallucinating? Is that it?
Exactly.
Perfectly.
That's it.
Okay, I think let's
Please,
allow the lecturer to come in.
perfectly.
Okay.
It makes sense. You see, when doctor was talking about Sigmund Freud's theory, at a point he said that when they killed the animal, when they killed their dad, and later realized that they needed their father, and so they decided to use a totem. And he said something that they later realized that there are some things that their father couldn't provide for them, so they needed somebody above that could give those answers to them. So in our daily life, our fathers can provide our food that we will eat. But if you want to, as it were, maybe get married, your father, let's just use that as an example. Your father cannot give you a woman to marry. Or when you need something, so it's more or less like we all have our personal things that we want to be answered. It's the same way a mad person is also going through something. We are all having something that we feel like the mad person feels like, hey, the building is collapsing on me. Oh. And I'm also here saying that, hey, I feel like there's some spirits hunting me. So that's basically how Sigmund Freud is seeing religion to be. There is somebody somewhere thinking that there is something somewhere. I don't know if it's making sense. So the mad person feels like somebody is after me, and someone is also here thinking that there's a spirit somewhere tormenting me. There's a problem that is above me that my physical father cannot what provide for me. Therefore, I need somebody that is above. That's why he's saying that religion is when a father figure has been elevated to a higher level. Now we see that the physical problem that we are having, that father cannot provide for us. So if I want to go to US, I know my father cannot just pull a stunt and then I'll go. I need somebody that is higher to do that thing for me. Therefore, I need that word I can't say. That's word that doctor used to say, that's basically what Sigmund Freud is saying. And then the word, the thing that you want to understand from, that's what I can say about it. Thank you.
The word is a cosmic father.
Thank you.
Let me come in soon.
The father has been elevated to a cosmic father. Thank you.
Meaning a father somewhere.
In fact, I agree with Sigmund Freud, because praying here, I want to do this here, In fact, if somebody have not heard of tongues before and the person comes, hear you in the room praying, in fact, they might thought maybe you are mad. Yes. So he was trying to exactly. So he was trying to put the religious people in the shoes of those who are mad. And it's true. If somebody is praying, the only difference between the one who is praying and then the mad person is that the one who is praying knows that definitely he's going to get an answer, right? But the mad person is doing it unconsciously. That's the only thing, the only difference between them. So that's what he was using at, I've forgotten the word, that what, neurosis or what. So the behavior between the madman and then
Mass neurosis.
yeah. So that is the understanding of it, right? So the relationship between them, there is no differences between them.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
think
You
we
guys are
can
doing
even
very
take
well.
this one also from Apostle Paul's statement
Okay.
regarding Baba, and then somebody may come and then those who doesn't understand about the distance, the blessed, the how the Holy Spirit has been, how we have been blessed with the Holy Spirit, and then you are making tongues in terms of your prayer, and then the person may ask, are you not mad, or are you not insane? So this kind of madness issues, and Paul even said something about it. So I'm also getting it a little bit clear, understanding about the explanation my colleagues and then the submissions some of you are making. Now that I'm also trying to even pull myself inside regarding the submissions that is coming up. So I'm also getting understanding about the nature or the state of Sigmund Freud.
Okay.
Right.
Now,
Thank you. I think this discussion can go on over and
It's
over
it's,
again,
it's
and
like
it,
we are
it
always
all
talking
help us
about
to broaden
watching
our
something. None of
perspective.
us talk about criticism.
And
Please, we're
um,
talking.
it should also even cause us to interrogate our own beliefs, our own practices, and so that you become even more firm in your belief, either as a Christian or in your own belief, either as an atheist or whatever you are. These theories are supposed to cause you to rethink and rather make you more stronger and stronger in whichever ideology or worldview that you subscribe to. All that Freud is saying is that the concept of Heavenly Father, a fatherly figure who sees all our needs, all our tears, who can provide existential answers and needs that our earthly fathers cannot provide. It's like an adult behaving like a baby. It is babies who cry to fathers for food. So when
Wow.
an adult is also crying to a father somewhere for food, Sigmund Freud see that as the neurosis, that it is madness. It is an abnormality that is similar to the abnormalities exhibited by neurosis is abnormality, mental neurosis, mental madness or abnormalities, things that goes beyond the accepted um, way of things. So upon all the understanding that we are getting, what we need for the purpose of exams is our ability to give a clearer outline of the theory and even mention the most salient aspects of the theory. So yes, we are getting understanding, but let us not forget to be able to read and underline the important components that we will need if we are to put our understanding on a paper. We will not be going, we will not be running haywire everywhere. We need to be very clear and concise and more, more, yeah, more directed in our writing if we are to put what we have understood on a paper. And that calls for further reading in the materials that you have. If I should try and give a 1 minute summary of Sigmund Freud's theory again, I will try my best and do that. Freud
Okay.
comes from the field of psychoanalysis where he studies mental patients. Upon his observations of his mental patients, he proposed that the human psyche can be divided into three structures: id, ego, superego. Now, he related these structures into a Greek myth. When he wanted to talk about the origin of religion, he ventured into a Greek myth. And in that Greek myth, human beings dwelled in huts or in small villages. In one village where the young people killed their father in order to get access to the women in the village. They did so by marrying as many as they can. It created chaotic society. And one day when they came to their senses, they picked the totem to represent the father, where they killed the totem annually. Now remember, it was not just the totem that they killed, but they also set rules. Henceforth, one cannot marry from his own family. Every annually we will meet and do this commemoration of our father. For Freud, over a period of time, the elevation of the cosmic father, the worship of the earthly father, became the worship of a cosmic father. Hence, Sigmund Freud concluded that religion or the worship of a universal God is nothing but the projection of an earthly father. which has its origins in the Greek myth. In addition to this, Freud compared the religious needs and behavior of the needs and behavior or the actions of the religious person to that of a child and a father. And he said that whereas a child sees all his needs in the father, the religious person thought that when the child has grown up, needs a father figure, a universal father, who could even answer certain important needs that an earthly father cannot provide. Now, human beings worshipping of that projected father figure is as a result of the ability of that father figure to supply them the things that they need. Right. So in some,
Madam Lobina, please mute your. Please mute it. Oh.
Why na on TV asan bi ade ne say nso yen TV.
They said the rules that nobody should marry
Online
from.
class, yeah, some more online.
Online the assembly.
Nobody should marry from.
So please, apart from the slides, do we have the models on the platform?
Yes, we have some
we
code
have
book
it.
that we have put on the platform.
We have them.
Yesterday, I tried this afternoon too. I tried to access it, but I couldn't. I
Okay,
went to even
we'll
cafe.
ask your colleagues to put it on the platform again.
Okay, that one would be better.
Right. It is just a book, but in addition to that, you can get these slides as well. Yes. Online classes are plagued with a lot of difficulties and challenges, setbacks like these ones. And aside its comfortability that you sit in the comfort of your home, there are other challenges that comes with it, like what we are currently going through, which is unacceptable at all and in no way justified. What is this?
So I think the baby is feeling sleepy. You want to sleep. So put the baby on your shoulder, walk around for some 5 minutes, and then he or she will sleep.
I'll try what you are saying, and for me, it's a big shame the way I have brought you into a situation like this, because I don't think this is what you signed up for.
No. Some of us are fathers, so.
No, we appreciate your efforts.
Some of us are fathers, so we know what you are going through.
It doesn't still justify it at all.
The best thing in the world.
We can even use this thing,
Next year, fathers
the
are
situation of the child as a case study, as far as this topic is concerned, because he needs the father's attention. Yes, he needs the father's attention. So it's requesting for the father's responsibility to be met.
And he wants his desire to be met immediately.
Yes. But immediately he grows, then he will look up there and see that we have the Almighty God over there, who is to
Yes.
rely upon.
And then we will not rely upon the Father again. We will not cry to
Yes.
Mr. Maxwell again.
But do you know that this idea of an Almighty Father is like it's a metaphor of the earthly father. So Freud is just saying that the heavenly father is a metaphor of the earthly father, who is seen to be more powerful. Jesus Christ.
Sir, please, the baby needs your attention.
Sir, I
No, so
think we
I
are
think
almost done. Is that
we
not
should
it?
end the class so that you take care of the child
And
because
Then you take
5
care of
minutes.
it because the child is our child too.
yeah,
Because
so I
we
think
are
we
all
should end
fathers.
the class for
I
now.
think
The baby
I
wants
think
to sleep.
I will
That's
ask your
why she's
permission
crying.
to sign out and maybe
Yeah,
you have it.
Permission granted.
Yeah,
We
you
are
join
have
the
done.
class
permission to.
on Thursday.
If
We
we
have
can
Yes,
only
you
that
have
if
it.
we look at it in the models and the slides, we can even go and then access it and then read through.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
all
Okay,
right. That was fine.
thank you,
That's
Doctor.
it.
We
That's it.
appreciate it.
Please, guys, I need the help.
You are welcome.
I'm not able to register my courses. I'm doing religious and human values as major and English as minor. Please, I don't know the courses that we are doing, so please, can anyone help me?
I'm also doing the same course.
So, are you able to register?
So religion as
Yes, I've
major
registered.
and English as
Somebody
minor.
helped me to register.
Yes.
You are doing
Um,
Introduction to Old Testament.
Okay.
yeah,
Curriculum
introduction to
studies
Old Testament.
Please. One, Old Testament.
Introduction to Old Testament.
Okay.
Curriculum studies in religion.
In religion.
Then
Okay.
introduction to religion and human values. That's this course that we've had.
Okay.
And the use of English language for the block 1.
Pardon that one again. Take it again,
I'm
please.
saying that for block 1,
Okay.
we are supposed to offer 8 courses in the first semester. And the semester
Okay.
has been divided into block 1 and block 2. So for
Okay.
block 1, religion
Okay.
major, English minor. These are
Yes,
the
please.
courses we are offering.
Okay, I'm
Curriculum
listening.
studies in religion.
Okay, curriculum studies in religion. I have done one. Okay.
Introduction to Old Testament.
2. Okay. Introduction to
Introduction
religion.
to religion and human values, the course that
Okay,
we just
3.
had.
Okay,
And then
3.
the use of English language.
Use of English. Okay, use of
Yes,
English.
that's what we are offering for block 1.
Okay. So
Yes,
that's what we are doing for now. For
yes, for
block
now. Yes.
1, 2, 3.
Yes.
Please, I have a question.
Thank you very much.
I'm doing religious as my minor. And Ghanaian language as major. I don't know how many courses am I doing for the first block? 5.
Okay, with that, I can't really give you the exact number of courses. But
Also,
what I can say is
yeah,
that when you check
block.
your if you have been able to register your course, when you check
Yes.
your programs, your courses that are on the form that you've printed, when you go to the timetable, please, are you listening?
Please, I'm on it. Please, I'm
Okay, so you
listening.
check the courses that you've registered. Then you go to the timetable and check where your courses are there. So let's say me, I registered my courses and I know that I'm doing the use of English language, curriculum studies in religion. I have all these courses. So then you check on the timetable and see where those courses are. So if you find any of those courses on the timetable, that means you are offering those courses in block 1. I don't know if
Please,
Yes,
let me make it very
I
simple
got
for the
5.
person. I want
I
to make
saw
it very
5.
simple for her. Please kindly get my number. After that, call me. I'll give you Mr. Solo's number so that you can contact him. He will take you through the registration and everything will be simple for you.
I've done the registration, but when I checked the timetable, it was like I'm doing 5 instead of 4.
Yes, it's not all of us that are doing 4. Some are doing 5, some are doing 4. Depending on
Okay.
the program you are.
Let me come in. Let me come in. Madam, those of us doing Ghanaian language major and then the religious minor, we are
Minor.
doing 5. Yes.
Oh,
We are
okay.
doing 5. We are doing the curriculum. We are doing the religious human value as we just finished it, and then we are
Mm-hmm.
doing another one. Is it writing
Introduction
techniques? Writing
Yeah.
techniques. We are also doing introduction to Old Testament.
Yeah.
So it's 5.
Oh, please, I
Okay.
learned those doing religion major. They are doing the curriculum studies in religion. So if you are doing religion minor, then you are only doing a introduction
Introduction
to
to.
religion and then introduction to Old Testament. You are
Old
not doing.
Testament.
Yes, 2.
So that will make it 4
Those
for
who are
those
doing
doing
the
the
major
religion
major
minor.
courses,
Yes.
If you
always
are doing
they do that course,
religion,
the curriculum in addition to. If it is English, curriculum to English. If it is
also.
religion and moral values, then you see curriculum to religion and moral values. So that is how it goes.
Okay.
If you are not doing
Please,
Any
thank
subject
religion,
that
you.
you are majoring,
if you are not
that
majoring in
course you
religion, you
do the
don't do the
curriculum in
curriculum
attached
studies
to
in
it.
religion.
All right. Thank you very much. I've
The
understood.
curriculum is our elective. The curriculum is our elective. So those doing history, you do curriculum in history.
Yes.
Attach. Major in history. RME, you do same. Ghanaian language, what you are majoring, you do
The
the
If
curriculum
courses
studies.
curriculum
curriculum.
attached to it.
So it's our elective.
So I am talking about those who are minoring in religion. We
If
won't
you are
be
more
They
doing
will
religion,
not
you
do
don't do the
curriculum
curriculum
in
in
Let me
religion.
religion.
suggest you.
What they are majoring is what they will do. But both minor and major, we are on the same platform doing the same thing. So when we get further, we drop one, then we maintain our major. But we won't do
The Kokodum Quantano
curriculum
so
in human
a
human values. We won't do that one. But if you are majoring in fancy, you do curriculum in fancy. If it's history, you do. If it's English, you
Okay,
do
guys.
curriculum in English. So the curriculum is our.
Please, there was a man who says that he can
Okay,
introduce
guys.
us to
Please
Mr.
don't forget
Solomon
to put
to
the
help us to register our courses. Please, if you are in the
Yeah,
group.
my number is, you can even write
Yes, sir.
020 024
024
yeah 313
313.
yeah 6662
Okay.
6662
662.
666
Yes,
triple
662.
not six
0243 13 66 62.
66
Thank you very much.
62 yes.
Yes.
Uh-huh. I don't
I'll
have the
call you
number
soon.
here, but after everything is over, you can even call me. I'll get you the number so that you call him.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, guys. Please don't forget to put the slides and the other materials needed for
Please
this
repeat the
curriculum on the platform.
Have they put the slides and
Hello.
then the models on the platform?
Yes, hello,
Is
please.
there? Is there?
Okay. Okay.
No.
Can you repeat your number? Hello, please. Can you repeat your number?
My number is 024
Okay.
313 6662.
Okay, please.
Uh-huh. The six are three. Triple 62.
Yeah, just look for 313 6662.
6662.
Okay, thank you very much. Uh, Hello, but I want to ask a last question, if maybe. Uh-huh. Please, the use of English language. It's like models about four.
Hello.
When I check, we have 2A, 2B, 2C, and another one. So I was trying to find out if somebody whether the a top the various topics that we shall be learning. Uh, it's like I am afraid I might be reading things that I am not supposed to be reading. So I'm just trying to find out if someone can help me with the topics in the use of the English language. Hello. Hello. Yeah.
Hello. Ma phone, that's like it's right. Looks like you know. But you know, so you're in your car. Tuesday, I mean. Looks like you know, you're in town for forever.
Hello.
Hey, Abuja for mo da so also. Mo da so also.